Just a minute, I finished dinner and now I'm... What is going on? Well. There we go. Oh, puppet string. I love you in most aspects, and then... Some aspects you are tedious as all get out. I'm not ready yet. I'm just reading through something. I just had dinner, and I poured myself a drinky because I know I will need it. Cool stuff. I was just looking through some upcoming patch notes for a game that's about to release next week. All the stuff looks very promising. Anyway, I'm not even on the screen yet. Hey! It's Saturday, the 19th, which means it's still Easter Friday for some people, I guess. Actually, last week, I didn't point it out last week, but last week was the start of Passover, I believe. There's a bug flying around. Think I got it? This little moth. Hey y'all, Glimpsby! How you doing? You've come to see more Ace Attorney. I also... Alright. Yeah, still a bit eepy. Decided to go to a concert tonight. Oh, that sounds awesome. Me? How am I doing? I've had a very stressful week. Being honest. Current events and all that. I've been trying to... Yeah, it's not great, but it's like... I won't go into it, but... It is stuff that's, like, very difficult for me to... as a person who is alive in existence, to not have to deal with the potential ramifications of. But it's fine for now. For now, I can focus on playing a game. I also added something to my model today. I managed to speed draw and speed rig it in about 6 hours. You're gonna laugh at me, chat. Or maybe you won't. But you'll see it and you'll be like, oh, yep, okay, we get it. Are you ready? You ready? One moment. I present to you my emotional support plush. There he is. He is so cute. I don't know how I did it. Okay. Oh. I think I under-rigged his leggies. They're supposed to be floppy. I think I missed them, but... You get it. You get it, don't you? I need him. You don't understand. He's the thing keeping me sane all this week. Anyway, let's just get into it. The Turnabout Forsaken. Last we left off, Edgeworth was gonna get arrested, I think? I don't remember, honestly. We met Lotta. That's why I don't remember. That's why. Lotta's taken... Oh my god. We're back in the detention center. Holding cell. This is the same holding cell that Bronte Knight was murdered in. Like 2 cases ago. What the hell? Never thought I'd spend another night in here again. And they stripped me of all the evidence we'd so painstakingly gathered. Sorry, chat. Even if they did let me keep Kei's Yatagarasu pin, I can't help but worry about her. They'd better be treating her well. The murderer? It was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer. Come on, let's go. We've got a visitor. A visitor? Who? Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe? Want me to send him away? No. Though I'm not sure what to even say to him. Wait there. They're leaving me unsupervised. Forgive the intrusion. That doesn't sound like Gumshoe. Who are you? What? Judge Gavelle. Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat. I knew I needed a drink for tonight. I knew I needed a glass of Moscato. What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe. I imagined you wouldn't come if you knew it was me. What could she possibly want from me now? Suppose I'd better find out. I got myself a glass of Moscato. A very nice tangy one. Your visit. You may not... You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors. So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted. It has indeed. For you, of course, and your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier. Thunder and Emma. I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards. What, with a trebuchet? No, you didn't. You may thank the goddess in that regard. For even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They'll not be punished for their bad behavior. Did you come here just to chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands. Oh, speaking of which, Miss Von Karma is continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you'd like to know. I figured you would be worried about how they were all doing. I hate to admit it, but she's read me like a book. Why are you here? Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here? I'm here simply to talk, nothing more. There's something I wish to know about you. Me? Yes, who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted. I'm losing my words already. And a born prosecutor at that. I'm too nervous. Please, Judge Gavel, your sarcastic praise is but salt on my wounds. But I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edgeworth. And it is why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You were up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that, and yet... I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person, Haruhito, changed my mind. He made me reckon with my selfish and skewed sense of justice. And once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day. I see. Thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now. You understand me? I highly doubt it. Someone who's so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see. Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, There is one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today in the trial chamber. And the committee sends its warmest regards. If that was all you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message. And entrust the goddess's words to another? That wouldn't do now, would it? Until then, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll see you again very shortly. Weird. April 6th. Detention Center holding cell. Alright, back in there. Oh, I can look at things now. There's a menu here on the table. It seems that detainees are able to pay to have their meals brought to their cells. What looks good? Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch. Add linguine for only $1. Basmati and brown rice special for a limited time only. Add regular white rice at no extra cost. It's probably for the best that I'm not very hungry. Yeah. I've barely spent any time in here and already I can feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't give up on myself. My collar. It's slightly creased. There. A tidy outside begets a tidy inside. I don't know about that. Which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. Well, he's not wrong, actually. Bathroom? There's a note on the wall next to the toilet. Sorry, we're currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet. What sorts of mental preparations can one even make? Edgeworth. Never mind. A very basic bed. I can't say it was very comfortable to sleep on, however. I imagine Detective Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nevertheless, loudly snoring all the while. I suppose we'll probably never get to work together again. Aw, don't say that. You've got one more case to go. And then you reappear in Dual Destinies, I think. But I don't have any regrets about the bed I've made. I will follow my own path to the end. The window's barred with heavy steel. That reminds me of a movie I once saw. A prison inmate hatched a plot to escape by using a file to cut his cell bars. I won't be doing that, of course. For one thing, I don't have a file on me at the moment. What am I saying? I wouldn't do that even if I did have one. I've seen The Shawshank Redemption. That's a very good movie. There's a poster in the corridor outside. We regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. No! Inmates will no longer... What? Inmates will no longer need to roll a die every morning to determine their meals for the day? What the fuck? We wholeheartedly apologize to those who are looking forward to their daily casting of the die. Did anyone really need an apology for the cessation of such a ridiculous idea in the first place? Apparently! Footsteps. Do I have another visitor? Kay! Oh, Thank goodness you seem alright. It's a load off my mind. Such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry. Jeez. But you're still not your usual cheery. I mean, you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I can guarantee you didn't.
No, you have to let it go. I am the murderer. I know that now.
But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself?
How can I, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no me left to believe in.
What? None at all? I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together. I dare say you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe so much in your innocence. And why you should believe in yourself, too.
Thank you. But I can't. It would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget her. Forget that Kay. She's gone.
Kay, no! You remind me of my younger self, you know. So noble, so bold. This is the justice you and the committee stand for? God. I just realized something. I'm gonna try not to think about it. Justice. I suppose you could call it that. What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? I can't shake the feeling that something's very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? This is no time to second guess myself. If I'm going to find out what it is, it's now or never. Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be... Wait! Why is the chairman so intent on seeing Kay charged with this murder? It doesn't make any sense. There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness. Come now, Miles, I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. The only way out of our current predicament is through Chairman Winner. There's so much to ask and so little time. Start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. Oh no, I remember this one. Is it this one or another one later on? There's one Mind Chess segment where you have to follow a line of conversation, and then you have to do it twice, I think, because for some reason, I can't remember why. But the first time you do it, there's no apparent, indication that it did anything. I can't just let this happen. If I'm getting answers... I'm getting answers if it's the last thing I do. And I did always wonder if it was a quirk of the translation or something. I don't know. The fan translation. Mind chess meant... Why the rush to arrest Kay? Why were you so keen to push through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear a satisfactory explanation. An explanation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Don't give me that. You know exactly what I mean. Shut up. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position? And suppose we did let your friend go free. What then, What do you mean, what then? Think how that would look, my boy. And who would have to take the blame? Me, that's who. So what? Now you're backed into a corner and you don't even know it. That was probably wrong, actually. Yep. What are you going on about all by your lonesome over there? You need to cut an old man like me some slack. I can't keep up with all that youthful energy. Curses. Should have picked my words more wisely. Not just let this happen, I'm getting answers. Try that again. Okay, I think I have an idea of what bide my time when he's playing with his lighter. Let's try that. You're right to keep your mouth shut. That way you won't say anything foolish.
You need coffee, Glimpsby.
Drifting in and out of consciousness.
Yeah. Go get you coffee.
Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever. Not while Kay's innocence is still in doubt. Oh, you're breaking my heart. Just look at this flood of tears spilling out.
Ugh.
Please. Just leave it alone, will you? Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. Coming along nicely? That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like the statement of an impartial representative of the law. You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Wait. I know my brain is broken. But like... Did Excelsius's mouth just not move at all then? Don't worry about it. It's just a sprite. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little? Chairman Winner certainly knows how to dodge a question. But it doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain concerning Kay's arrest. Next, we'll need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient. Excuse me. We can't allow any of his statements to go unexamined, no matter how trivial they may seem. One of them may just give us the breakthrough we need.
How much time did you spend investigating?
How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? Oh, now let's see. You know what? I'm not sure I can remember. And I'm sure you can. You won't bluster your way out of this one. It's not bluster, my boy. I honestly don't recall. It's a problem when you get to my age, you see. I even forget my own son's name sometimes. Jeez. Never mind your fool of a son. Answer me. How long did you spend on the investigation? Wow! God damn, Edgeworth. You're right, of course. The boy is a fool. I never meant for him to grow up like that, but... Oh, woe is me! Ooh.
Your Honor, he's evading the question.
He's only too happy to derail the conversation no matter where I take it. I have to force him to take this seriously. Let's try another tack for now. You're the one calling the shots. You can hardly say your investigation was sufficient. And you're the one who called all the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested. I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, dear boy. You're the chairman of the committee. It doesn't get much more influential than that.
President of Japanifornia?
Not that I care about such things. Oh, you wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears.
Excuse me.
You'll have to forgive me, I'm not the deferential type. Well, if you're going to insist on being so blunt, then I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge again anytime soon. I don't need that badge anyway. Let me make something clear once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all, end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not concerned with titles or roles. Even you must understand that much.
Ooh, that was a hit.
Ugh. So young. So very young. Word of advice, Miles, from somebody who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Idiotically so.
Yeah, Edgeworth could be a school teacher.
Do we think Edgeworth could actually be, like, a decent school teacher? Actually, now that I think about it, thinking back on my time in school, he'd probably be better than a lot of the teachers I've seen. Well, that certainly got under his skin. He might be less guarded in his answers while he's in the state.
Oh. I see,
So this is the bit I was thinking of earlier. Now's my chance. Okay. I think the fan translation didn't make it clear that you had to get under his... You had to rile him up to get a proper answer out of him. That must have been it. 'Cause I remember being very confused when I did this, like, what, 8 years ago? How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? My. You really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know. What a coincidence. So does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? The youth these days are wont to be reckless. Makes me want to put you in your place. You're gonna regret that, my boy. Well. Maybe you do know your place after all. What's the matter, scared? Hardly. I was just thinking about how best to proceed. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensitivity. They can get quite emotional, after all. Sick burn, Edgeworth. You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands. I don't remember trusting my fate to you. Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them. So why not give it up, dear boy? What's that?
Having a sip.
No. And why not? It's simple. Because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But what you're doing is pointless. Tragically and miserably pointless. Please, just give up. She's guilty. The decision has been made. Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. It's almost as if Kay's guilt had already been determined from before her arrest.
That's a hit.
What are you trying to imply? That you planned to have her arrested. I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal, right from the very start. Well, Chairman Winner, was it? That's certainly an intriguing theory. It's also a complete work of fiction. And I'm afraid I don't have time for such flights of fancy.
Yeah, his mouth didn't move at all for that sprite. Wow. Incredible. Man knows how to throw his voice.
I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end, don't you?
No. He's trying to make us escape.
Turned into Elvis for a sec. Homina, homina, homina. We must confirm the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away. Before he burns a hole right through the mine chest zone. It's faint. The truth is finally beginning to emerge. But I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking. So make it brief, will you? Wait, oh, that might have been the wrong one, actually. What was I thinking? Oh, yeah, I'm trying to do my best, I'm actually trying to do my best Homer Simpson impression. But, that's not easy. Considering the very difference in voice tone. Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded. No! Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow. I've almost got it. That helped. How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law? My, aren't you a rude little boy? But my fuse is only so long. You have no idea how rude I can be. Well, honestly speaking, I don't have the time to waste on every last question you can dream up. I've certain responsibilities to attend to, you know. I really am quite the busy man. Or are you just pretending to be busy, That's an awful thing to say to a fragile old man. I work harder than I should at my age. So retire. I ask you, my boy, what would I even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense? Power, acclaim, money. You're hoping to avoid talking about the case. You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get out of this conversation, isn't it?
That's a hit.
It's just so tragic. It really is. That you would suspect me of such things. It's not a suspicion. It's a certainty. There were no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest, for a start. Now, my boy, let's not get carried away. There was plenty of evidence to support our case.
Where?
The mask, the letter, the corsage, these were all in her possession. And of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I'd say.
Like, how, like... Is there any real-world court of law where wrangling the confession out of someone who has clearly had, an amnesia or, a significant enough head injury or, repressed memories that it can stand up in court as a proper confession? I mean, it's kind of a moot point, but it's just something I'm just thinking about. I realize the system of law in Ace Attorney is not based on any form of, most forms of reality. Yeah, in a corrupt country it would, yeah. Or in a country that has a corrupt legal system. Most of it would be, yeah, null and void due to reasons of insanity, or, yeah, that would do it. The confessor being not of sound mind. But those are... What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a way to explain everything away? Well, there we have it. Your silence speaks volumes. It's true I can't counter your argument right now, but you did let something valuable slip. The letter! A suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. He rattled off that list like he knew it inside out. Sorry, that might have been a bit loud of me. But I did just remember, there were 2 letters. But at no point did we ever actually, like, talk about the one that Kay had. Just the one that Rosie had. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Kay is innocent. No, my boy, that's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a baseless assertion like that, even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Gah! You think I'm a superstar? Oh, oops. I was wrong. Okay. I forgot there was another set of questions on this one. Who gave the order? Who decided that Kay should be arrested? There we are. You know, I can't seem to remember. Don't ever get old, Miles, my boy. It wreaks havoc on the memory. Havoc? You dare mention his name out of your lips? Time to deploy my clue. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop playing the old man card. You remember the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you only when it was convenient, I'd be more inclined to believe you. Actually, there is one thing I did not get to rig on the plushie just in time, which is that I could have put in a toggle, or I should put in a toggle that makes his right eye light up. So let me ask you again. Who gave the order for Kay's arrest? You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son can learn a thing or two from you. Oh, shit. Oh, what's that? What was the phrase from Thank Goodness You're Here? My wife could learn a thing or two. God damn it. If he wasn't such an incurable numbskull, that is. It's a tragedy, really. I don't want to hear about your son. I want to know who authorized the arrest. You're very mean. You know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by... you, of course. Come now, Chairman Winner. We both know it was you. Alright, you got me. You Don't make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold, so I guess I'd better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can't put your mind at ease. Excuse me. And the key thing to do now is to establish how intimately he knows the details of the case. Just have to ask the right questions.
Yup.
The end game is at hand. We're but a few moves away from the truth.
Well, just let me have a sippy first. Ah.
You seem to know an awful lot about the case. You seem to know the case in quite some detail. I know about lots of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that. Too bad the same can't be said about the way you handled Kay's arrest. I'm a very busy man. Do try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I so choose. It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. And you seem like a very heterosexual man. That was nothing. That was terrible. I'm sorry. If only you'd stop giving me the runaround, we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately. Why is that? Because I read the case file. Not exactly the most thrilling use of my time, of course, but it's part of the job. I have to be a good role model. I can't be seen to be slacking. It can be so hard. But I had some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing from cover to cover.
Oh, did you?
But you keep saying how busy you are. Strange, I could have sworn you just told me you're a very busy man. Ah. I know he's lying because I can barely read. That too. I'd say the cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you? If you're so keen on being such an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing Kay, you know? You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. But a tragic one, too. After all, your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime. And what was the weather like that day? Actually, now you're backed into a corner and you don't even know it.
Oops. Oh, greetings, Mexan. How you doing? I've made a mistake. Ashi! Thank you. I rigged him up today in like 6 hours. I have a brain worm. Oops. Very busy, sir. Have I improved my avatar? I have! Well, technically, yes, but also this is a Easter costume. Hold on. I'll just get Havoc out of the way. See? Just for April. But I am going to port some of the newer parts onto the regular outfit, like the gloves and the leg bits, just because I like them very much. And I made my ears bigger and stuff.
Did you see exactly where she was found? We have yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct?
Oh no, he's smiling.
That's right. Although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that.
Sure you are.
He knows things even we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. This could be a valuable clue. Tell me what you know about Kay. And the suspect, Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly? I know that she's the suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true. Time to deploy my clue. And yet you know every other detail about the case. Sorry, but the more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. One thing, you know details that even those investigating the scene were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner? Oh, there's that intimidating face you like to make again. Well, two can play this game. How do you like me now, huh? You don't have what it takes to be me. Incredible line, but I'm sure that would have penaltied me. I do have to commend you on your doggedness. It really is something. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it however you like. Wrap this up, will you? I just don't have the stamina anymore.
Alright, then lay down on the floor like some schlub.
She is the culprit. The only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load her down with, for goodness sake?
Load her down with?
Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound a lot like the items Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her. Impressive. You really do pay attention, don't you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you. It's finally time to shed light on the truth. All that's left is to play one last move.
Kay am innocent. Kay is innocent. Oops.
Except I know it wasn't her. Kay was framed. The true culprit set it all up so she would take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer.
Hello, Kaskia! I've had a stressful week, but it'll all be alright because I have an emotional support plushie that I drew and rigged in the span of 6 hours just today.
Ooh! Man almost set his beard on fire.
Whoopee! Whoopsie!
My, you really are a sharp one,
Oh, there's a plane going over.
It's a bit of a shame you chose to hand in your badge. I admit it. You're right on all accounts. And that's checkmate.
Wow.
I'm surprised I got through all that without losing all of my thing and having to restart at any point. Unlike Lotta from last week, you knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it. There you go with that naivete again, my boy. I guess that always was your problem. With the girl arrested and a conviction secured, this whole mess goes away. And that's what will happen. But whose interests does a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose. And mine? You know, listening to you just now, well, it really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere and utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect. I know that. But your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale.
White dog outside going off? Please.
You insist that the truth is more important than anything else? But would you say the same if you knew what the real value of truth is? What's he trying to say? When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it, little by little. Guy Faraday, murderer. That's the truth. The truth I created. Yes, my boy. That's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes, it's painful. Just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere. Because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. But why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you. Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You'll pay for this. And with that, yet another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry and cry and cry.
What a shitbag.
I'm not planning to disappear just yet, Chairman Winner. There's still the hearing later today. Just you wait. One way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then.
Oh. I half expected to get a save point there, but I guess not. Look at all these people. I love them. Look how shaped they are. Like this guy who looks like he should be like a model, and this cute little guy who's like a little guy. How old are you? Anyway, it's 8:30 p.m. on April 6th. We're back in the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence chamber. And I didn't mess up the word prosecutorial that time.
10 members. Over a majority are present. I hereby call this hearing to order. We are gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. I misread that. I was about to say dismiss. Here in the sight of the goddess, we do solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgment.
Where is Frank, anyway?
Fair and frank? Don't make me laugh. Verity, if you would be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edgeworth.
On April 5th, despite having been advised of the illegality of an investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions compromised the investigation into the murder of a certain defense attorney. And despite having been presented with copious evidence of her guilt, he continues to insist that the suspect, 1K Faraday, is innocent of all charges.
Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well.
Of course. On the morning of the 5th, the body of the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Further explanation will be provided by me, Eustace Winner, Premier Prosecutor. Hey! The floor is yours, Mr. Winner. The murder itself happened late on the night of the 4th. The victim was Miss Rosie Ringer. That same night, an illicit auction was being held here in this very room. Look at the guy on the left with the blue badger mask. And you can see his beard just behind it. Ringer took part in that auction, I think. Yeah. Meaning that the murder took place sometime during the auction. When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneers. However, due to the fact that the auction carried on after the murder occurred, I deduced that Ringer was not in fact the auctioneer. In parentheses, with a little bit of help from Edgeworth & Co.
You deduced nothing of the sort.
And what about the basis on which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner? Yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by... crushing remorse, Eustace? Yeah, that! Tons of crushing remorse. So she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of this building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat on the viewing platform.
And that person was Miss Ringer, I take it.
Precisely, Mr. Chairman. The killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact. But at the time when she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat. And who won the race to find that raincoat nearby? Me! That's who!
Did you? I thought it was someone from forensics.
Strictly speaking, it was found by one of the forensic investigators under Mr. Renner's command.
I knew it.
The blood analysis on the coat showed that it was indeed Miss Ringer who had worn it. And the suspect's confession was the final nail in the coffin. She confirmed having committed the murder. So as you can see, Kay Faraday was the killer. There's no way anybody else could have done it.
Alright, Miles. I expect you have some objections. Let's get them out of the way, shall we? I have no objections, Chairman Winner. Well, now is that so? I thought it would have taken... No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that is. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty.
Overruled.
I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial.
Can you now? Of course it was. When it comes to carefully conducted ops, I'm the winner every time.
You know, Miles, it's within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts. If, and this is purely hypothetical of course, you were to withdraw your objections, you might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of a seat on this committee. What would I want that for? So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? If you think you can buy my silence, think again. $3,000 a month.
You will watch your mouth.
Only if the chairman watches his.
So expensive.
It is a luxury few can afford. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats. I came here to talk about the murder case. I demand a statement under oath, and I won't rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view on the incident is. You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well, if it'll make you happy. And imagine what I would do for $20. You know, $20 can buy a lot of peanuts. Verity, please provide Mr. Edgeworth with the materials pertaining to the case.
Really? But, sir...
This'll be his last hurrah. So let's humor him with the send-off he desires.
If you say so, Mr. Chairman. Yay!
You have no objections to Verity representing the committee, I assume? None whatsoever.
Careful, Edgeworth. He's gonna burn your finger. Mr. Edgeworth!
Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be fine. You'll see.
Miss Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase.
Burning Edgeworth's finger would end up being assault on a former member of prosecution.
The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up onto the roof. After she had emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case. Is that so?
The raincoat was on offer that night. Is that really true?
We believe so, yes.
I just realized something. The statue of the goddess just behind Verity also has vacuum-sealed boobage. When will it end? Let them breathe.
You remember the failed assassination attempt on the president of Zhangfa, I assume. The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case. Ah, yeah. It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility. But our inquiries revealed that it did in fact go missing under mysterious circumstances. Gotta let him be free, chat. Don't vacuum seal your boobs. It's uncomfy.
And it looks silly. I don't care what anyone says, it looks silly. And wound up in the auction along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose. Wonderful work, Verity. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever.
You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us all some time and simply admit defeat? Now.
I'll do no such thing. Thank you very much.
Very well. It's good to know that you still have some fight in you.
It is. Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning, too. What exactly is she up to?
Swinger attended the prosecution's fire. We know this. We understand this.
The red raincoat was an idle
sale. Her assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with purchase. The only exit from the storeroom through. I'm just gonna press a couple of these.
Hold it!
I feel I have a pretty good idea of what the flaw here is.
Why did she leave so soon after making her purchase?
Because of the auction house rules. Winning bidders are expected to pay for their items immediately.
Miss Hart told us pretty much the same thing.
Miss Ringer, having paid for the raincoat, probably left immediately afterwards in accordance with the rules.
Hold it!
Miss Ringer was a member of the committee. Would she not have left the committee chamber via the main door?
While the auction was still underway, that would risk it exposing its existence to those outside the trusted circle of attendees.
Given that Miss Hart found out about it, I think its existence is already well and exposed.
Rules of the auction stated that attendees were to enter and leave via the hatch in the roof. Miss Ringer had no reason not to follow the rules. And given where the murder took place, we know that she must have done so.
Except we know she was attacked inside the storeroom, not on the platform.
Hold it!
But why? What possible motive could Kay have had?
That is exactly what we are hoping to establish in our upcoming interviews with Miss Faraday.
Coercive interrogation after the fact. Something you seem to specialize in.
If the murderer knew that the attendees would all be leaving via the hatch, then the roof would have been the perfect place to lie in wait. So as I was saying... Okay. Right. Record. I'm just gonna reread these. That. I want to say this is right.
Objection!
I was wrong! No! Wait, what?
Hold it!
Her flame went out.
The flame of her life, Mr. Edgeworth. Though perhaps her flame was stolen from her is more apt.
Objection!
But the candelabrum that extinguished her life was one of the auction lots. Meaning Kay had no way of getting a hold of it to begin with.
Overruled!
Miss Faraday could not have lain in wait for the victim without knowing of the storeroom's existence. She could easily have snuck down the ladder and stolen it while the auction was underway.
If only we knew where the candle holder was during the auction.
Oh, really?
That would surely clear the matter up, no? Well, either of you? sadly, we don't have anything that could tell us much on that front at the moment.
Damn it!
Forgive me, sir. This is something we are hoping to establish through further investigation. Oh, isn't that a shame, Miles, my boy? Seems this line of inquiry is something of a dead end then, isn't it? So their theory is that the victim and her killer met on the roof, and that's where the murder took place. In other words, it assumes the viewing platform was the scene of the crime. Is that really the case? Thought I had evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened that night. Okay, so I was on the right track. Just think... that one or this one? It was...
Objection!
It's not that one. It's one of these ones. Maybe it's this one.
Objection!
Ah! I did it again. Hold on. First try. Practice run. Practice run.
Objection!
What? Where's my problem? Miss Ring was it? The box?
Objection!
No? Where am I going wrong here? I'm gonna have to check spoiler-free guide. Dang it. Oops. Nope. Come back. Okay. Oh! I'm
Objection!
smart. I'm clever. I'm good at the game. First try.
Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Gavelle. But what is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing?
She is an eyewitness. I thought that would be obvious. Well, now, I ain't really an eyewitness. More of an ear witness, I guess.
She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help you make your case, is she?
I like to think that I choose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Then you should question them more thoroughly. Because there's something she hasn't told you. Take a look at this! Take a look at this photograph. It was taken by Miss Lotta Hart.
Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it?
According to your theory, the murder occurred up on the roof.
Oh, Lotta. Yep.
We did a mind chess segment with her last session. It was something. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom. Just before she took this picture.
Oh, wait! You're saying Gavelle got it
Wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, you love Lotta. Wow. Well. She's certainly entertaining. What?
And I do admit, I do like giving her the southern twang. Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night. You saw the person in the picture, correct?
I sure did. Clear as day. And with my own 2 eyes to boot.
And what were your impressions at that point?
My impressions? This right here is a scoop of the century. Something like that. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was hoping more for your impressions of the person in question.
Oh, that there's a walking meal ticket?
Seriously?
Just my little joke. No need to look at me like I done sat on your lunch.
Oh, sat. Okay, I did read that correctly. Could you imagine?
Full red raincoat, right? Why, I took one look and I thought, that's our perp right there.
And therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart...
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you require, you need only ask, you know.
What do you mean?
I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard? Voices that may be unrelated.
Objection!
Unrelated? You can do better than that.
Was one of the voices Miss Hart heard really even Miss Ringer's? You're kidding me, right? Them folks was talking crime-related turkey or my name ain't a lot of dang Hart.
I didn't know Danged was her middle name.
Ah, but did you hear them clearly? Well, I can't rightly say for sure, but... I can't rightly say nothing and you know it. They was using voice changers. I done told y'all that.
It's true. Now, god dang, it has a new meaning.
Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised. Which means we cannot even be certain that whatever she did overhear had anything to do with the murder.
Objection!
Huh. You don't need to yell objection in order to sigh at me, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems I overestimated you, Judge Gavelle. Nonsense. Verity's the best of us, my boy. The very best. Like no one ever was. And yet she believes that what Miss Hart heard might not have had anything to do with the murder? Even supposing that that's the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up to the roof. That much we can say for certain. And I can tell you why. This proves that the incident happened before the victim went up to the roof.
Damned!
Take that!
We initially thought that the person in the red raincoat was the culprit.
Yes, because Miss Hart said as much.
Indeed. She told us about the blood she saw on this person's hand. And I doubt many people would have thought differently, given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is the killer, then the blood we see would be from when they attacked the victim. But knowing what we now know now... I think I messed that one up a bit. But this person is in fact the victim. It recontextualizes everything. The presence of the blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack. But now it tells us something very important about the victim too. The picture tells us that the victim survived the attack. There's no doubt in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom. But here we have photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand is from the wounds she had sustained.
What are you talking about? Who dies from a hand wound?
Oh, Eustace. My boy, my sweet boy.
You haven't read the thingy, have you? No one's read it to you. Nobody read it to you to sleep.
The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Winner. I imagine she had used her hand to try and staunch a wound. That's right. While it's impossible to tell from this angle, the victim was already mortally wounded here. Ha 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 ha. Well, that certainly would change things, wouldn't it? It very much would. Not least by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken, after the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. I put it to you that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds.
That would have been quite the coincidence.
It's a textbook case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd say.
You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth.
Or that, or pretending not to remember it. What? What fact am I forgetting? I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery.
Dad! Gavel works for me! Why do you keep giving her orders? It's my job!
You really are a total and utter embarrassment.
Really? Right in front of the whole committee. This man does not like his son.
What was I?
I'm not!
I hate to break it to you, but you both are.
Go to it, Gavel. Put Edgeworth out of his misery. As you wish. What you're forgetting. Miss Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in her chest. And we all know what those wounds are from, don't we? That's right. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabra. I doubt anybody could survive such grave wounds. Of course they could. On the left side of the chest, at most it would puncture the lungs. If you care to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you would change your tune. Nicely done, Gavel. Now Edgeworth will have to...
Make several objections? Yes, I'm afraid I will.
What? Why? Weren't you listening?
Oh, I was listening. Very carefully, in fact. Hence my objections.
Come on! Why do you always have to undermine me?
That's never my intention, I assure you.
It isn't?
Because you do it so well to yourself every single time already.
Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that. Because I'm...
Oh, please, Eustace, just stop for goodness sake. You've already embarrassed me enough.
Huh? What do you mean, Dad?
Oh, we're just not gonna follow up on that? Okay.
Sure. All right. God.
Miss Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in her chest. This is true. However,
wasn't she also bumped on the head? Yeah. Head injury sustained post-mortem.
Which I'm pretty sure is going to be pertinent in a minute.
Hold it!
3 wounds. That can't have been pleasant.
Yes. Which is why we must see that the perpetrator of this cruel act pays for their sins. I...
Don't listen to her, Kay. She's just trying to scare you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, it's working. I am scared.
If we could please continue on, Judge Gavelle.
Very well.
Let's read the coroner's report. Shall we?
Okay.
Cause of death is the set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Other remarks. Prominent burn mark on back of victim's hand.
Now my question is...
Burn mark. Burn mark.
Hold it!
The victim may not necessarily have died instantly. I think we can say that much at least.
Perhaps, but she would surely not have lived for longer than a few moments either.
Yes.
So, there are people who could survive even if you stab them in the chest?
Yeah, depending on where you've stabbed them, and how deep the wound is.
Sure, there might be. And there might not be, too. So, which is it?
Trust me, there are not. And in case you're still tempted to believe there might be...
Is this...
This feels too easy, like... We all know what those wounds are from, don't we?
Hold it!
I'm curious. I do, but perhaps we should ask Mr. Winner.
He does, I'm sure. Don't you, Eustace? Who, me? Oh, you bet I do. I know this case inside out.
Who does he think he's fooling? Eustace, my boy, make an old man happy and at least glance at the coroner's report, would you?
Sure, let's see. Yada yada yada. 3 puncture wounds, blah blah, candle holder. No way! That's what they used? Crazy.
Precisely. The wounds were inflicted just as Eustace says.
Right.
Objection!
There's no stab marks on the raincoat. Chairman Winner, you know what this is, of course. The red raincoat. That's right, isn't it, Verity?
Yes, sir. The one Miss Ringer was wearing.
I warn you, Mr. Edgeworth, you will not be thanked for retreading old ground here. Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless. Now then, if you'll answer me this, Judge Gavelle. You told us that the victim's bloodstains were found on the coat. But do you remember where exactly they were found?
Of course. They were found on the hood and... No.
Huh? What's the matter, Verity? The hood and... Was the blood found anywhere else on the raincoat?
No. It was not.
Doesn't that strike you as odd? The victim died of stab wounds to the chest. Wouldn't that lead one to expect to find bloodstains in that area? And yet there was blood only on the hood? That's a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest.
Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the head injury first. As you said, if she had been stabbed first, there should be blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Miss Rayer cannot have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. But even if we concede this point, that the head injury came before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case?
I'd say it changes quite a bit, actually. I'd say it changes things a great deal. In fact, it raises an even more fundamental contradiction.
That is quite the bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I have to admit, you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction with some evidence?
Let's do. The coroner's findings.
Take that!
This is Dr. Hertz's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem.
But the order suggested by the bloodstains on the raincoat is
exactly the opposite, yes.
Bailiff. This court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this case cannot be brought to a close.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll go fetch her at once.
Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she'll be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there is another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they?
Yeah, good point. We never looked into that, huh? I wonder why.
Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't know even the most basic of facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter?
We've seen nothing that might serve as clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet. But there is someone involved with the case that I can name. I suspect that at the very least, they might be able to point us in the right direction.
And that's?
Chairman Winner. I demand that you testify as to what you know.
What? Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad? You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee?
Yes.
Do you understand the implications of such an act?
Yes. I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. No truth handler are you. I deride your truth handling capabilities. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, corsage, ticket stub, and everything else. The items Kay was carrying when she was found. They were deliberately placed in her possession somehow. By Chairman Winner himself. Edgeworth, when we had Chairman Winner in the thing, did we have like a tape recorder or anything on us? No? Okay.
A shocking accusation, and one I find hard to believe. But for the sake of completeness, I must ask. Why would he do such a thing?
To cast suspicion on Kay, of course. Why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect. Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please? I think the good chairman might be in shock. So what if I did? Did you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much? But where's your proof,
The CRT camera.
With no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on? He still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center, and yet...
Mr. Edgeworth, I am going to have to ask you to explain yourself. If that's all right, Mr. Chairman.
Not at all. I'll be very interested to hear this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself. Look at me. My abs are shredded. He has a lot of nerve acting all innocent like that. Very well, let's start at the very beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in this hallowed trial chamber is a point of suspicion. A location that should, by rights, only be accessible to members of the committee.
Yeah, they all have keycards to the room after all.
Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible,
there can be only one winning explanation.
That's right, Mr. Winner. That the auctioneer is a member of the committee.
But no!
Ah! What on earth is wrong now?
What do I do, Dad? I play right into his hands!
Ah ha ha ha! You did indeed, you utter nitwit! But Miles, my boy, you do realize that you've cast quite the wide net with your explanation?
That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10, given Miss Ringer's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total. Well, it certainly isn't me. And it can't be the chairman. Can it?
Whoever it is, speak up right now. Calm down, all of you, please. Before I burn you all. Well, Miles, is that all the proof you've got against me? You're very quiet all of a sudden. But it's too late to back out now. You accuse the former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. Ugh. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing for what you're about to face.
Oh no.
Know your place. You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. Where the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I can hardly even remember. But you needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it. The suspect herself has already said she did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be lighter for it. So rejoice!
I will not!
And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit. How can I when that was barely a testimony to begin with? This thing's threadbare as it is.
That man, He's a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Richworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it.
You saw a flash of something half-remembered, Kay. Nothing more. If you must believe in something, believe me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead.
But
I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy. He seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I can use that against him.
actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go get myself a snack. I will be back. Pause thing there. I'll be back. I am back. You have a snack. Besides this one right here. I found some chocolate. And I also made myself a thing of tea. Seeing as I finished off my Moscato a little bit ago. Alright. Forcing us to argue over a little detail for a while now. This is true. The murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries. Other things I hardly remember. Mean if bothered. Relevant.
Hold it!
Just because she confessed to something doesn't make it the truth. Kay is suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt.
Objection!
Oh, he has his own objection noise, too, does he? Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright.
So thank you, everyone, for welcoming me back from my break.
I tell you what, why don't we ask her one last time? Though I'm sure she'll just say she did it again. Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit.
Huh? You mean me?
Is this really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah. If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position. I know, but there's no other way. I only request that I be the one to question her. You really know how to tug at an old man's heartstrings, you know. Yeah. But fine, ask away. On one condition. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. I'm burning your suit. We'll call the proceedings to an end then and there. Agreed?
All the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing?
Yes, dear boy, that's right. Or perhaps you aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again and all that happens is that the girl confirms her guilt, she's officially declared guilty on the spot. Yes, that sounds like a great plan if I do say so myself. That's it. You just declare her guilty just like that. That's the gist of it. It's a big risk. She's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Okay?
Hey, yes?
I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence?
Why? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use. I can't be of help to you. I'm sorry. Too scared to try and remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? If I did, I'd just be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The Kay you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. A criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust.
Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you for very long, but I know you well enough. He's so dramatic. I know, but, well, she is suffering from video game amnesia. And she's being led around by the nose, convinced that she's the guilty party. And right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. You would never commit a murder. You could never. Because this is who you really are.
Take that!
You're the great thief Yatagarasu. A noble outlaw who would never stoop so low as to kill.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. Because all I can see is the one memory that's returned. I have to face it.
Hold it!
No! The only evidence of your guilt is the confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you?
No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop. I'm begging you.
Ah, so that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the K I know would have done.
You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. And I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon! Ah! Oh my god, I called the joke last week. God damn it. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego regardless of what I put you through. Now, let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay? Remember the noble thief you truly are.
Elvish Tech, hey! You overslept. That's okay. You're coming into a pretty good scene, I'd say.
That memory of you committing the murder? You need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me.
Ah!
Kay! What's wrong? Did you remember something? It'd be like some cliché movie plot if she did.
Well, unfortunately for you, this is a visual novel. A cow. A cow?
Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details? A cow, really? Well, Kay. What can you tell us about this cow?
I remember now. The person in the red raincoat. She had it in her hand. A stuffed cow. I can see it so clearly now.
Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Are you absolutely certain?
Yes, I'm sure.
And this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statements as new testimony.
Oh, thank goodness.
Objection!
Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this. With all due The cow's important how?
We're going to find that out.
It's actually
Because we found out that there was an auction going on with like some stolen evidence from different cases, and one of them was a stuffed cow toy. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is new and highly relevant evidence.
Objection.
Need I remind you of the adult state of her memory? No, this simply won't do. Oh, but that hasn't been a problem before. Adult? But if we claim her memory is unreliable now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago that thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details. Did you not? He needs to get a new lighter. That one's run out of fuel. Were we to call the validity of her memories into question, then we must also call into question the confession on which our entire argument is based. And is that really the most based of actions? Sorry. Is that really the most advisable course?
Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit, then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a chocolate.
We're still in the game, only by the skin of our teeth. And only thanks to Judge Gavel's intervention. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal.
I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom and believe it is yet another auction lot.
Wait, that's... Do you know something, Gavel? No, It's just not what I imagined.
I suppose it is a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look it over carefully.
Alright.
The right horn seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of this stuffed toy.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it moves!
It does?
Ooh! What did that do? It sounds like sand being crushed.
It would seem there's a recording device hidden inside.
Ooh?
It's
just a little guy.
You knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that thing from me. You need to say to yourself? I waited too long for this day, and now I finally have my revenge. Woo! This be the moment of the murder.
And someone made a recording of it. Hey, that's them right there. Them's the voices I heard. Sure as eggs is eggs. It is Easter.
Overruled.
Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. If only there was some accompanying video footage. You got bugs in your ears or something, lady? I done told you them's the voices I heard. And we already know the victim was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from when she got.
cow also has a camera in its face. Does it? Hold on. Oh, could you imagine if one of the eyes was also a camera? Okay. I thought you were being silly. It is a possibility, but a weak one without more than your word to back it up. The cow is a god. We need something more. Something credible. We need... Yet again, she seems to be stepping in... help. Stepping in to help? Did they miss a word? Judge Gavelle, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Oopsie. Consider for a moment the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what these words are referring to and how it's all related.
Take that!
The coroner's preliminary findings. How do they prove anything?
Oh, she has a burn on her head.
Indeed, what on this page shows that the voices must be from the time of murderer. Burn!
Take that!
Think again on the words we heard. This part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand. And what of it? According to case testimony, the victim was carrying that stuffed cow toy, and a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording it captured.
It's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right?
Overruled.
I'm not so sure that it does. Especially not in this case. The court accepts that the recording may be from the time of the murder. In which case, one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that it's the one we hear the most.
But that still doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity, or even if they're male or female. Or some secret other third thing.
Due to the voice change is correct. Unfortunate, but unavoidable. One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hart heard were those of Miss Ringer and her killer.
Just like I done told you they was.
We can say something else now, too.
Then let's hear it.
That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
As you wish.
According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, a super secret third gender, just as mysterious as a Wuppertinger. Hey. 2 people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator. The ringleader and one of the auction attendees. It seems this was the point at which money exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterward, and the auction carried on after that. All of which points to one key fact. What else does this relate to revelation?
The ringleader was the killer.
Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that they cannot be the victim.
Hey, Gavelle.
Not right now, Eustace. There's a good boy. The adults are talking. And if they weren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer.
Overruled.
A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive. I'm fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main event. Someone's not happy. There were certain traces left on the scene that seemed to suggest that the ringleader was the killer. Then please hurry up and show us. It was placed on the scene that was the ringleader. The candelabra?
Take that!
I don't get it. Not the candelabra. No surprises there, but I'm sure the rest of the room will see what I'm getting at. For once, I agree with my idiot boy. Ugh. How could that be? Failed. Ooh!
Take that!
The existence of the storeroom itself. The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. It was due to that blood that we originally thought the murder had happened in this chamber. But it was simply a ruse, designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom. In order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct? Correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have had no reason to cover up that blood. Which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. And as to the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name? The auction is always held in this committee chamber, with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know that the murderous ringleader has some connection to the committee. Yes. Then you suspect me, correct? Maybe. As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly be a surprise, right?
Objection!
You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned today, you're also hopelessly naive. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you've got something to share after all. Do I have any evidence to show that Chairman Winner was the murderer? I don't think we do. It was Chairman Winner himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him. And he seemed confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable. Which means he knows. He knows I have nothing. Well, Miles, my boy. Time to pay the piper. I've always wanted to say that. Verity, he's all yours. Hold it. Wait, dang it. I just remembered something. Huh? Did you have amnesia too? No, Eustace, no. Nah, it just done came to me. Flash inspiration. You know how it is. A bolt of brilliance. Very well. Say your piece.
Objection!
What are you doing, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear that he won't give up until every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish we must, lest he try to drag us through this excruciating process again in the future. Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Gavel bring this to a winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they are. Fine. Let's hear what the witness has to say.
You heard the chairman, Miss Hart. If you would be so kind. Well, all right then. Here goes nothing.
The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please.
Don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist. Truth's my middle name. I thought it was danged.
I'll be officially worried.
So the ringleader is a killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them auction goers. Thing is, that don't add up. I counted 11 people coming down that hatch, see? Then the murder happened, and then the auction started back up again. Now I had me a look back downstairs right after that.
No.
And wouldn't you know it, there were 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again.
How? And you're sure of this, Miss Hart?
Sure as sure can be, your gavelship. Signed with my own 2 peepers. So, 11 before the murder and 11 again right after means... Wait! That's a thingy! It is, Eustace, it is a thingy.
A contradiction, Eustace. Do try to keep up. Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all?
The murder? No, there was a murder. It's strange that the number didn't go down. I done told you already. They carried right on again like nothing even happened. Oh, except for it wasn't nothing much, but...
What is it?
That little old mallet doodad. Can't have yourself an auction with that one. Kinda like the one Missy over there's got, but different.
The auctioneer's hammer.
That's the bunny. Bunny! Bunny! I done heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through, and then nothing. Just like that.
So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through. Did that have something to do with the murder?
They did a bunker on the noggin.
If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely, that if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth.
Nah! Chalk one up for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth. See, Mr. Edgeworth? There really was nothing we could do.
No. There must be something we're overlooking. Something we still don't have an explanation for. I just need to think. If I can't, case. Alright, kids, do we finally have all our answers now? If so, then I expect you to make good on...
Hold it! Who's holding? Oh!
Miss Judge Gavelle. One moment, sir. I worry that it might still be a little early to pass judgment. After all, we have one more matter yet left to resolve. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. A loud hold it, perhaps. Oh, yes, of course. Once again, she's rescued us from the jaws of defeat. Very well. Let's get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains? Whoops. Why, the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir?
Yes.
That's... I'm back with the witnesses, Your Honor.
Ah, strong bad. Well, what's this all about? Why'd you call us back down here? Oh yeah! We called for you hours ago. Did somebody suddenly fall ill? I'll have a compress already in 2 seconds. Ouch! This better be good. If somebody else dropped dead, well, they might soon wish they had.
Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you this won't take long. Would you like a chocolate?
Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will ya?
Oh no, you're not doing bad. Oh no! Of course. We summon you here to confirm something. What is Judge Gavelle up to? Dr. Hertz, this court asks that you provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. You stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy?
Grandma doesn't make mistakes ever.
That's strange.
What do you mean?
In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings?
That's awful! How can you even say that? What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I want to do that?
To help the true culprit, of course.
As if I know anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort.
Then that seems doubly strange. What other explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your report? Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. None, thanks. It's not like you to be coy, I must say. Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? I still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately and then handed off to Mr. Winner according to protocol, then the report shouldn't contain any mistakes.
Oh, wait. For the record, I didn't do anything to the report. I didn't even look at it.
I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story?
Why do we even need to? This is pointless.
I'll be the judge of what's pointless, thank you very much.
We have patients waiting back at the hospital. They need their cucumber facials. But Grandma, ouch! We really don't have time for this.
Would you please help us? I can't stress how important this is.
Grandma says she'll testify. But could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer.
And yet you had no qualms about taking your time buying cotton candy last time we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Assuming you tell us the truth, that is. A so-called mistake in the report.
No way there's a mistake in Grandma's report. Not never. I've been dealing with the dead longer than you being alive, Sonny Jim. Who's Jim? Me writing something wrong is about as likely as ouch. And what the heck do you think I'd stand to gain by doctoring a file, huh? Don't make a lick of sense. That's all she has to say. Nothing funky here.
See, it's just as I thought. There is no chance the good doctor doctored her findings.
And you swear by the holy goddess that this testimony is true? Of course! Grandma's never told a lie in her—
Objection!
Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother is the subject of this inquiry, not you.
Not necessary? That's not fair! I'm the only ally poor Grandma has!
That's a little sad.
Go ahead and shout objection left and right, but you best be prepared then, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor.
Oh, I'm more than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report.
Who's Jim?
Hold it!
I'm very curious about this. The victim appears to have put this raincoat on after sustaining the head injury. And yet, there was not a single drop of her blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem.
Oh, that's ouch! I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. Whoa! My dang report already says what you just said, don't it?
Objection!
Your report states that the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem. Which is the exact opposite of what I just said.
Oh. Sure. I diligently dictated that report to Flowers there, and she wrote it all down just like I said it. If something happened to it after that, it weren't nothing to do with me.
You dictated it. If you could please tell me more. Oh, I get it. The automatic speech-to-text function.
I diligently dictated that report to Florence. Anything after that weren't nothing to do with me.
Is that the case? Signed, Hilda Hertz. Is that the idea?
Objection!
Oh, it is. Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself.
Oh, I'll read it to— Ouch! This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all.
What? What do you mean exactly?
Stop whacking your granddaughter.
Please.
I don't know. But I can't say that. Ow!
Miss Needler, if you were attempting to bury Dr. Hertz's truth, I will gladly hear her confession myself on behalf of the Goddess of Justice. Dr. Hertz seems to be telling Judge Gavelle something in private. Obviously, due to limitations, they couldn't draw that. What? I see. Very well. Allow me to relay that to everyone what you have just told me.
Ain't no doubt about what I said. I dictated my findings to Florence just like I told you I did. The fuddle-headed young thing must have wrote it down wrong or something. Wow, that was a great impression.
Yes, but was it really necessary? So in summary, there is an error in the report. And it was all because of you, Nurse Needler.
The true facts have now been shown to be that the head injury occurred prior to the chest wound. The question now, Miss Needler, is why did you introduce such an error?
Just a minute, Verity. You'll make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately. Or as it seems to me, she just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem. They're practically the same word, don't you think?
No.
Except they mean two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it. This isn't inflammable means flammable, my dude.
But why would she want to change it? Exactly, thanks. Ouch! You won't get away that easy. Explain yourself, young lady. But the grandma,
You submitted a falsified report, an act that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation.
I can't tell you.
Not don't want to, but can't. This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think? Ganging up on this poor, considerate girl who's only looking after her grandmother.
Hypocrite.
She has nothing to do with anything. She simply made one tiny mistake, so why not leave it there?
Objection!
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. Huh? What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you're now a de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that. I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. Nurse Needler's role in this crime was very important because she's a co-conspirator. She is aiding. Nurse Needler doctored the report in order to cover for her accomplice.
Ouch!
So she's a co-conspirator. This innocent young thing.
Oh, shut up.
Do share your grounds for making such a wild accusation, dear boy. Murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on their own. Without at least two people, it wouldn't have been possible to...
maintain attendee numbers.
If the auctioneer was the murderer and the victim was one of the attendees, the fact that a witness testified to there being 11 attendees, even after the murder, doesn't make sense.
Hey, watch it. Y'all gotta call my good word into question now, too? Don't worry, Lotta. For once, we're not thinking that you've lied.
That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word, which means there must be a co-conspirator. I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong.
Objection!
I wasn't wrong. I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things start to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in place of the victim, there would indeed have been both 11 attendees both before and after the murder. Well, well, so that's your thinking, is it? It's certainly an intriguing theory. But surely the imposter would have been spotted right away? I don't imagine that Nurse Needler looks strikingly different from the victim in build or stature. With the help of a mask, she could very easily have replaced Miss Ringer without anyone noticing. Well, Nurse Needler, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction?
I wouldn't do something like...
Now tell us, ringleader, who were they?
tell you. I just can't. It'd hurt Grandma, too. Hey, ow! But Grandma... Don't you worry about me. I can take it. You just tell me everything, child. But... Grandma!
Whoa. So I was right. She was an accomplice.
Miss Needler? Why?
Well, Miss Needler, can you explain yourself?
Yes. Huh? Oh. Thank you, Grandma, but I'm alright now. I confess it. I changed places with Miss Ringer.
So you admit that you were working with you were working with the ringleader.
Yeah. I was helping them. I don't know how, but they found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them.
Culprit was going to be attacked by the victim.
They seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counterplan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there. Now hold on right there, Missy. I didn't see nothing, and my eyes don't lie. If you'd have been there from before the auction, I would have bumped right into you. I was there the whole way through, and you weren't there for a bit of it. But I'm not lying.
Well, that's easy for you to say. But you were lying about altering that report only a few minutes ago.
Objection!
I think we're all well aware of the number of potential hiding places in that storeroom. Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say our friend the nurse was hiding, Nurse Needler hid here while she was waiting in the storeroom.
In the box.
Take that!
She hid inside this clothes box. Oh, she did she?
Huh? Huh. Well, it was there the whole time, even before I moseyed on in. But, like I done told y'all, it had all them chains round it. Wanted to hide in there myself, really, but it was locked up tight, so I had to go elsewhere.
And that was the point of it, of the chains. I imagine that's because Nurse Needler was already lying in there by the time you arrived.
That's right. We didn't want anybody to open it or it would have really blown our cover. So the ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was time for my part of the plan. Ooh. The idea of being chained up inside a box makes me very uncomfortable. And then they wrapped the whole box up in chains. I think they took the elevator downstairs not so long after. It was just before the auction was due to start.
So, as the auction was beginning, you and Miss Hart would have been the only people in the storeroom.
Yeah, I think so.
The auction proceeded as it always did, until a certain customer came upstairs to complete her purchase. That was when the incident occurred. Miss Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around then.
You betcha. I was behind that statue there shaking like a dang leaf the whole time.
In the middle of their quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. Attacked, not killed. Because we did establish that she did not die at first. She did not die immediately. Imagine that the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body over to the clothes box, in which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim. After placing Miss Ringer's body inside the box, Nurse Needler's role now was to pretend to be Miss Ringer. The two of them then returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Wait. Oh, I just had a thought. If they didn't even bother to put the lid back on the closed box, and she got up. Ringer, I mean. Does that about sum up what happened in the storeroom, Nurse Needler?
Yes. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Hold up. Jill just waltzed right back on in and nobody noticed. This is two completely different people we're talking about. You're telling me neither one of the other folks down there at the auction cottoned on?
Why would they? The other auction goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because she'd stolen the victim's clothes. As we've seen, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needler are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules required attendees to wear their masks at all times. If Nurse Needler were wearing the same clothes as Miss Ringer, nobody would have been any the wiser.
No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and... Ouch! And left the poor child in her smalls! Have you no respect, girl? No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. It wouldn't be nice to leave her like that. So when the ringleader wasn't looking, I put that raincoat on her.
So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing them. Plus, the auction was able to carry on as before.
I guess the part where I caught the red raincoat on film came just after. Yeah, it must be. Then it all makes sense. Right after that was when I went on over and looked downstairs through the gap in the elevator. Spied me 11 happy little auction goers, and back I snuck to my little hidey hole.
Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that.
Well, that is, not exactly.
What is it? Did something happen?
So maybe I ought to mention this before, but, I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say.
What? What happened?
Oh, nothing much. Kinda silly, really, but, there was this sudden loud noise, and it startled me just a little bit, you know? Alright, maybe more than a little, but I just witnessed a murder. Can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Guess that got my heart shook and my head faint. Before I knew it, I was out like a light. By the time I came to, it was the next dang day, and there y'all were clanking down that ladder.
I see. So you were startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious. I suppose that means you don't know what happened after that.
Not per se, but, well, after the auction was over, all the masks were back on the rack. So I reckon the guests done finished up and filed out one by one like they was supposed to. Except for the one that took the Jammin' Ninja mask.
Nurse Needler, once the auction had restarted, what exactly were you doing?
I was pretending to be Miss Ringer and placing bids just as the ringleader wanted. I had to win the clothes box as I'd been instructed to. Had a dead body inside after all. Imagine if somebody else had won it. We would have been in real trouble then. Ah, I missed a bit.
So you had no idea that the victim had vacated the box in the meantime?
No, not until we came back up so I could pay for it. That was when we noticed. The ringleader told me to go look for her right away. Except, I found some other girl collapsed at the foot of the ladder instead. Hey.
Hey.
Yes. Just stretching my back. Ugh. She must have fallen from up on the roof and been knocked unconscious. I guess the victim must have left that hatch wide open, huh?
That would explain it. Kay would have been so shocked by seeing Miss Ringer fall motionless right in front of her. But she wouldn't have seen the open hatch and would have fallen right through it. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. What is it, a metal floor?
Yeah, I suppose. Can't believe something like that done knock me out for so long, though. But when was the last time you had a snack? Between then.
So, in summary, by the time Miss Needler found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind the statue. I think we've got a good grasp on what occurred up to this point now. Nurse Needler, if you'd continue.
Sure. So, I found Kay. And next I found Miss Ringer, and I put them both in the clothes box.
You put both of them in the clothes box.
We couldn't risk any of the auction goers seeing them. That would have caused a real hullabaloo.
Sorry, I'm just taking in the notion of you put a teenage girl in with the body of a person you just helped to kill. Was that your idea or the ringleader's?
Theirs. But putting the raincoat on Miss Ringer was my own idea. So I tried to get rid of it before they found out what I'd done.
I imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a surprise piece of evidence in this case.
And lastly, the ringleader and I put her in an auctioneer's outfit that we'd prepared.
Of course, which completed the deception and made everyone think she was the auctioneer.
All in all, the auction finished up without anybody noticing anything, and that was that.
Now that we know the extent of your crimes, Nurse Needler, if you have anything further to share, I'd advise you to do so immediately.
I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. Oh, except for one other thing. It did seem a little strange, I guess. When I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes, I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so ouch! You're dang right you couldn't take her hair! What kind of medical professional are you?
That's where you draw the line. So taking her clothes was alright.
Her hair was totally different. Style, the length, everything. I kinda panicked. But the ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. 2 wigs. There was a straight one and a wavy one. They were both stashed in the clothes box.
2 wigs? But why?
Right? I wondered that too. I thought maybe they were worried she might have changed up her style. Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair on the day.
Leaving a wavy wig in the box. And that's everything you know. There's nothing else you're forgetting?
No? Huh? No, really, Grandma, that's everything.
And I take it that you really do have no idea who the ringleader might be.
Sorry. I only know that they were in charge of the auction. I didn't see them without their mask on. And they were pretty careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone.
If I can't get something concrete on them... Well, Miles, are we about done? You've proven the nurse was part of the murder plot, but sadly for you it doesn't change a whole lot. Did you like my rhyme? Because it does nothing to prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. And justice must prevail. We can't change the law, even for your sake. Is this it? Am I not going to be able to save Kay?
Objection!
Pansy! Yay!
Franziska, what are you doing here?
As I told you before, Miles Edgeworth, where the case leads, I follow. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all. But don't go getting the wrong idea, little brother. I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you for abandoning the way of the prosecutor.
I understand that.
You should thank your former subordinate for what I am about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information.
Detective Gumshoe did that.
Prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth, for the final piece of the puzzle. Rosie Ringer's head wound was the first of the injuries she suffered, not the second. Oh, Franzi. You're a bit late on the uptake. Well, someone say something.
Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Franziska, but we already proved that ourselves.
You... What?
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Ow! Well, why didn't you say so sooner?
You didn't exactly give us a chance.
And, I suppose you know about the murder weapon too?
No, not yet.
Oh, good. Then listen up. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt object bearing a circular surface, and the wounds to the chest were actually inflicted post-mortem.
Oh. A circular surface.
Objection!
Oh, of course you'd object.
And you're certain of that, I assume? Your sources are above board?
Two trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more.
Objection!
That's certainly good to know.
Objection!
What? You're overstepping your bounds.
Of what? I am the prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction. And this murder occurred during that auction. It would be negligent of me not to pursue leads pertaining to related parties, especially the victim.
My. You've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear?
Then all parties are in agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Sadly, the murder weapon itself has yet to be identified.
Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two.
But guys, I didn't turn up any other weapon during my investigation.
And yet, one need only think about the setting and an auctioneer's tools, and the answer should be obvious. An object with a circular surface used in an auction. We're obviously talking about
an auctioneer's hammer.
What would an auctioneer have readily at hand?
Excuse me. I was stretching my leg.
An auctioneer's hammer, of course.
But we never found one of those. If the auctioneer was indeed the killer, it does seem a likely candidate for the murder weapon. But without the evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that.
Oh, I have just the evidence you need right here. This piece of evidence strongly suggests that the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon.
Yes. It went missing.
Take that!
Miss Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. She said that the very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Now, why would that be? I'll tell you why. Because it had just been used in a murder and was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of. Isn't that right? Chairman Winner. I'll have our people look into this right away. You really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? But if you can't dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young, when can you, huh? He seems very confident we'll never find it. Very well. A search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, this court is in recess.
Dang. I'll save my progress. A formal accusation. Let's keep going. I think we're close to the finish. Back in the chamber. Or I guess we haven't really left it.
Silence in the courtroom, please. Miss Von Karma, if you would be so kind as to update us on the progress of the search. It's not good news, I'm afraid. The entire big building has been searched from top to bottom, and no auctioneer's hammer was found anywhere. Ah! That is bad news indeed. Then we have no choice but to move ahead with the verdict. Such a terrible shame. But I suppose only a fool would have left the murder weapon behind. It's certainly not what I'd expect from a first-rate criminal mind.
Criminal minds?
No. That's just not enough to work with here. I can't carry us any further on my own. Yes, it really is a tragedy, but such is life, I suppose. I was just thinking back over the defendants I've made plea deals with over the years. People who poured their hearts out to me, who trusted me with every detail of their crimes. And then when it came to their sentencing, I recommended life in prison every time. For every single one. Oh, if only you could see them. Oh, the stupid, dumbfounded looks on their faces. The verdict will now be passed. All present will accept the goddess's word as law. There's nothing more I can do. Kay and I are both... If only we had some proof! I never imagined I would be passing judgment on you under such circumstances. The end of the road, huh? By the power vested in me, Excelsius Winner, this court hereby indicts you for your crimes.
Ooh!
What? What on earth's gotten into you, Verity? I submit for the court's consideration the case file of a certain incident. Namely, the IS-7 incident. A murder that took place 18 years ago. But what does that file have to do with... Wait. You mean... Your late-night visit to this chamber, that was too...
Precisely. I came here to retrieve those documents. Though sadly, it would seem that I arrived too early to catch the auction itself. When we spoke of the matter before, I implied that I had come to retrieve files pertaining to your own case. You'll have to forgive me. That was a ruse to buy myself more time. What the heck are you doing, Gavel? You can't just accuse my dad. Without proper grounds, it's defamation. An excellent observation, Eustace, but the word is defamation. Huh? It is? And of course, I have the grounds to make such an accusation. 18 years ago, Mr. Manfred von Karma had some details about the victim's body fabricated. That's right, the IS-7 incident was the very last... It was Samson Tangaroa's, case. The very last one that, that Gregory did before DL6 happened. Details he was forced to fabricate when the sculptor Artie Frost's body went missing. My papa? Fabricating information? What is the meaning of this? You didn't know, did you, friend? Ian Seidman, the detective originally assigned to the case, did in fact report that the body had gone missing. However, it seems... Ren is good now? Yeah, she's good. However, it seems that a certain someone wasn't very pleased with Mr. von Karma. Well, to be more specific, she wasn't really evil. Because she's more misguided. Because she's only... Like, in this game, she's only 19. Like, she's a baby. Her brain hasn't stopped growing. She's still a kid, really. So that I'm sure there's a lot about Mr. von Karma, that her own dad, that she just has no idea about. However, it seems that a certain someone wasn't very pleased with Mr. von Karma, and deliberately withheld that information in order to bring him down a few pegs. What? This individual refuses to allow anyone to go against their wishes, or to challenge their power. And they're known to go to extreme lengths in order to bring those who defy them to heel. 18 years ago, they were no different. In fact, they even ordered Dr. Hertz to create a fake autopsy report for the IS-7 incident. What? She was responsible for the fake report. Oh wait, you have to understand. Grandma, she's not a bad person. She had to do what he said. She didn't have any choice. The person in question was the chief prosecutor at the time. Chief prosecutor 18 years ago? No. Yes. The man who gave Papa the first penalty of his career? Manfred jump scare. Excelsius winner. It was you.
Objection!
What are you all talking about? My dad would never do something like that.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, Eustace, but your opinion on the matter is not needed here. Well, Chairman Winner, do you have anything to say for yourself?
All that nonsense with the body. That was Manfred's doing. Such a willful boy. And the fake autopsy report? Hilda, how could you? I can't believe you naughty kids would do such dishonest things behind my back.
Hold it!
We could just ask her why she did it. She is standing right over there, after all.
She's just standing there. No, wait, Grandma can't. She's... Ouch! Grandma, I'm sorry. I knew. That's why. Right, exactly. If I didn't, everybody would have found out about what you did. He said he was going to charge you if I didn't help them with their plan. He said he would... I just had to do what the auctioneer said.
So, you were coerced into it, were you, Nurse Needler? And just to be clear, the auctioneer was Chairman Winner?
I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. The person forcing me to help them was the auctioneer. And they definitely looked to be about the same build as the chairman. Shredded abs? But I never saw their face. Vacuum-sealed pectorals?
Well, there must be something. Any detail, no matter how small, will do.
Oh, wait. Their mask didn't cover their whole face. And the part that wasn't covered had a tattoo on it. I remember that much for sure.
A tattoo.
Objection.
This all sounds very dramatic, but I really don't know what you're talking about. There's no tattoo anywhere on my face. I think I'd know if there was one, wouldn't you? Which means I can't be the ringleader no matter how much you might want me to be. I only hope you can figure out who this shameless manipulator might be.
Overruled.
Your contempt for this courtroom is an insult to the goddess. Are you sure it's not you who's feeling insulted here? I am not the only one who's been trying to bring you to justice. Miss Ringer had been trying too. And I refuse to let her sacrifice be in vain. Young Rosie was looking to take me down, you say? But why? I barely knew her. I've always had a certain magnetic charm, but I don't remember catching that particular eye. You shut your whore mouth. You barely knew the victim? Why, I do believe that is a new statement. The goddess demands that you offer your full testimony on the record. So that's how this is going to go, hmm? You mean to hound me until I finally break? Well, if that's the way you want to play it, fine. I'll destroy you all. Every last one of you. Mr. Edgeworth, please, allow me to work with you on this one. I doubt we'll get another chance to put him on the stand. So, let's make the most of this opportunity. Of course, Your Honor. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, Chairman Winner, you will tell this court everything you know about Miss Ringer. Young Rosie was a member of the committee, of course. But we never really had any personal interactions. At least none that I remember. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. And I have absolutely no idea why she was after me. So, you don't mean to accept your part in any of this?
Of course he doesn't. He isn't guilty. How could he be? He's my dad, the winner of winners.
That's very kind of you, Eustace, but you'll need more than mere words if you plan to cover for me.
Right, you got it. I won't let them pin this on you. I believe in you, Dad. You'll beat Edgeworth. I know you will.
Yes, yes. You really are such a sweet, simple child.
He really loves his dad, huh? But that's no excuse for him to ignore his father's crimes. No matter how much he respects him. I'd say she's speaking from experience if I was a betting man. Regardless of their station in life, all criminals will be made to atone for their sins in time.
This won't be easy on Mr. Winner, but it has to be done. We can't let his father get away with this.
No personal interaction?
Hold it!
Elaborate, would you?
So you're saying you barely knew the victim at all? That's exactly what I'm saying, my boy, yes. Why, I never even knew about that burn mark on her hand. You didn't? I mean, what's the point? You get to know someone, but before you know it, they're gone. It's become such a pain to remember things about others. They're here one day and gone the next.
Sorry, had to take a sip.
Yes, because they dare to stand up to you and you make them disappear. If you could please add that to your if you could please add your remark about the victim's burn to your testimony, Chairman Winner. I didn't even know about the burn mark on her hand.
You didn't know about the burn mark on her hand. You didn't know about the burn mark on her hand.
Hold on. I'm not confident.
Hold it!
You're sure you didn't know about the burn mark? You really don't let up, do you? I'm not in the habit of memorizing who has a scar on their hand and who doesn't. But this wasn't just any old scar. I'd say it's pretty noticeable, in fact.
Perhaps under normal circumstances, but now that I think about it, Miss Ringer did always wear gloves. Truth be told, I wasn't aware of the burn mark until after the incident myself.
The victim's hands were always covered by a pair of gloves. It makes sense, of course. People can be very self-conscious about such things. I can only sympathize, being something of a sensitive soul myself.
Yeah.
I hope you're not too sensitive to append that statement to your testimony. I suppose she was always wearing gloves, perhaps to hide that burn.
Except she was... She wasn't wearing gloves that night.
Objection!
So Miss Ringer always wore gloves? She did. That raises a rather important question, and highlights quite a contradiction. Contradiction, you say? Really? If we listen again to the conversation that was captured by this stuffed cow, you'll soon see what I mean. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself? I've waited so long for this day, and all family are going to
Ka-chunk!
We can be reasonably certain that what we just heard is the moment the victim was attacked. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. We assumed that those were the words of the killer. And where's the problem in that? It seems like a perfectly sensible assumption to me. I'm afraid not, Chairman Winner. Well, you see, if the victim was always wearing gloves as you testified, then the burn mark on her hand should not have been visible to her killer.
Objection.
You speak as if gloves can't be easily removed. She could have taken them off during the auction. That's... Unfortunately, it's a salient point.
But she hadn't. She was still wearing them when I changed places with her. So they must have been on her hands when she was being murdered, too.
What are you saying, my dear? You do know how much trouble you're in, don't you?
I'm not scared of you anymore. I have Grandma on my side now. Now it's time for you to pay the piper, Winner, you dang devil.
I see. So you're both looking to disappear too? That can be arranged. Not this time, Excelsius Winner. The only person disappearing will be you.
Objection.
Hey, you can't talk to my dad like that. Who cares if the bird was covered up? Why does it even matter?
Objection.
Oh, it matters. Because it turns our understanding of the burn mark on its head.
What do you mean? What can the fact the victim's burn mark was covered up possibly tell us?
The victim did have a burn mark. The murderer also had a burn mark? Think about it like this, Mr. Winner. The victim was wearing gloves. Therefore, the burn mark on her hand would not have been visible. In which case, whose burn mark was it that was being referenced in the recording?
Somebody who, wasn't the victim?
Precisely. Which can only mean that the culprit had a prominent burn mark too. Or to put it another way, I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Those words were spoken not by the murderer, but by the victim.
No way!
Objection.
Eustace, my boy, would you mind stepping aside for a sec? Look, Miles. It's nice to see you having fun with your little flights of fancy, but let's get serious. So the murderer had a burn mark now? Really? Where? Your little theory will either take flight or die, depending on your answer here, I'm afraid. He's not messing around. I have to figure out where that burn mark was, and fast.
I wonder where it could have been. All of the auction people were wearing disguises, right?
Yes, and each disguise was different. Yet in spite of that, the burn mark was visible to the victim somehow, which means... Well, shall we? Enlighten us, why don't you? Where was the murderer's burn mark? I assume you have some evidence? I am very, very tempted. Look. Tattoo on the part of their face that the mask didn't cover. There we go.
Take that!
Here's my evidence. The outfit the ringleader was wearing throughout the auction. Or rather, the outfit you were wearing, Chairman Winner. And what exactly is that supposed to tell us,
Objection!
A suit, white gloves, and a mask. This disguise should have covered almost all of your skin. But according to Nurse Needler's testimony, the auctioneer's mask didn't quite cover your entire face. Not only that, she claims to have seen a tattoo on the part that was exposed. But was it a tattoo? Or did she simply mistake a burn mark for one?
A burn mark on the face?
Objection!
Sorry to interrupt while you're so clearly enjoying yourself here, boy. But I regret to inform you that none of the committee members has such a burn. Myself included, of course.
But Dad, I mean...
Eustace, do you think you can be quiet, please? You can be foolish on your own time later. Well, you may be an annoyance most of the time, Mr. Winner. But on this particular occasion, I'm grateful for your presence. A reaction like that from you, his son, is as good an indicator of the truth as I could have hoped for. And it gives me a much-needed confidence boost, considering another theory of mine. Namely, who that one unexplained item belongs to.
What's the matter with Mr. Winner?
I think he might be in shock. After all, he's usually the last to figure things out. But in this case, he seems to have gotten there all too quickly. He knows that his father is indeed the real murderer.
He's sad because he knows the truth?
Okay, you're not 5. You know this. You know this stuff.
So, it's better not to know the truth at all?
Ugh. Kay, please! No, Kay, it's what we came here for. It doesn't matter how we get there. The important thing is finding the truth. You yourself told me that once, right when I needed to hear it the most. And now it's time for me to repay the favor and show you the truth of your innocence.
I want to know too. The truth of what really happened. So please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you show me? Yeah!
I very much intend to. Ha 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 ha. You don't know when to give up, do you? Where is this burn, then? Perhaps you could point it out to me? But you can't, can you? Because it's nowhere to be found. Just like your evidence that I'm the killer.
Yeah. Hunt for contradictions all you like. You won't find any. Because he's my dad. A winner through and through.
Objection!
I understand, Mr. Winner. I completely understand why you don't want to believe it's true. But if you ignore the truth now, you'll regret it for as long as you live.
Dad, what do I do?
I just don't understand it. How could I have raised such an utter buffoon? If you really wish to help your father, Eustace, you can try thinking on your own for once in your life, you useless nitwit!
But I try all the time, Dad. All I do is try. I went to the school you wanted me to go to. I aced every test. Look at my jacket. They only give these to the valedictorian. I did everything you told me to. I worked like crazy. Graduated top of my class. I tried to be just like you and win as many trophies as I could.
Objection.
You really are just a simpering simpleton, aren't you? Those tests you aced, I had the school give you perfect scores on all of them. Those debate and speech competitions you won, judges were all friends of mine. If you never even realized that much, there's no hope for you, I'm afraid. None at all.
Finally, your internet is stable, Quimsby. Welcome back.
You were on audio only for a bit? Oh dear. You're no son of mine. Even you must see that.
I...
Oh, gone. My own son. Oh, they all leave in the end. Woohoo! Asshole. Oh, I mean, boo-hoo! Boo-hoo yourself. Even when he was trying, he was failing. And he did it all for me? Well, then he should have tried harder. You're a disgrace. You don't deserve to be a father, and you certainly don't deserve to be chairman of this committee. Even I feel sorry for the boy now.
But Mr. Winner...
Explain yourself, Chairman Winner. Just what do you think your son is to treat him in such a way? An utterly useless pawn, sounds about right. But you're one to talk, Verity. You tried to worm your way into my trust by using Eustace too. I cannot deny it, however. I have never thought of him as a mere pawn. He may not be a naturally gifted prosecutor, but he tries. In some ways, he tries harder than anybody. That's what I have witnessed during my time with him. Yet you would call him useless? How could you?
Objection.
Because he is Verity, my girl. He's utterly incapable of doing anything I ask of him. Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering to the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment onto Excelsius Winner. Thank you, Your Honor. I've been more than ready to do so. If the ringleader had a visible burn mark on their face that night, then it would follow that Chairman Winner is currently hiding that mark somehow. How exactly was he dressed during the auction? That would be the key to solving this case at last. Now then, your answer, please. Which piece of evidence will help us to reveal the burn mark on the culprit's face? I got it.
Take that!
Recall Nurse Needless' testimony, if you will. There was one thing we never quite resolved. The second wig. The one that was not used. I seem to remember it being wavy.
What are you two talking about?
Nurse Needler apparently found some very interesting items when she went to swap places with the victim.
And? What do they have to do with the burn mark?
What she found were two wigs. One was intended to make her look more like the victim. But what was the other one for?
I don't suppose it was meant to be a spare.
Doesn't take a huge leap of imagination to see the truth. Compare Chairman Winner's current appearance to that of the ringleader as it was described to us. Stop it! Stop staring at me!
No.
One very prominent difference presents itself. His face. Or rather, what's around it.
You mean it wasn't a wig after all?
No, it's a wig. Indeed. Not a wig intended to go on the top of the head in any case. It's not a merkin. Stop thinking about it. It was a fake beard all along, wasn't it, Excelsius Winner? This is all my own, dear boy. How very unkind of you to suggest otherwise.
Objection!
We saw how your son reacted when he realized the truth. And how he desperately tried to cover for you even in light of his realization. Yet you still feared that he might expose you. So rather than take that risk, you bullied him until he couldn't take it anymore. Because he knew. He knew that your beard hides a prominent burn mark. Chairman Winner, I insist that you remove your beard this instant!
Well.
Ugh!
There it is. The burn mark.
Mr. Edgeworth, for bringing evil to justice before the eyes of the goddess, you have my thanks. No, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. Excelsius Winner, in the name of the goddess, I hereby pronounce my verdict. In the matter of the murder of Miss Rosie Ringer, this court finds you guilty.
Wow.
You are back in the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, even though we didn't really move anywhere.
Mr. Edgeworth, I can't thank you enough. You never gave up on me, even when I gave up on me. That was very kind of you.
There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor? No, as a friend. As a father figure, really. It was the least I could do. Mr. Edgeworth, rejoice. I've learned that Chairman Winner has been safely delivered to the detention center. The search for the missing auction hammer continues. However, we are talking about Chairman Winner here, so it's highly likely that it has already been destroyed. In addition, there is one other matter I must inform you of. The chairman made a rather strange statement. According to him, the letters were not part of his plan. What? How could that be? He claims that he and Miss Needler found this letter on Miss Ringer's person, and that they then found a second letter on Kay's unconscious body. From their contents, the letters seemed to be ones of correspondence, Mr. Wood. So he leapt to the conclusion that they must have been working with each other. I thought leapt was still meant to be spelt with an A. L-E-A-P-T. Because it's the... Anyway. It's quite the conclusion to jump to. As he read the letters, that's when he came up with the idea to frame Miss Faraday for Miss Ringer's murder. Then again, I'm not surprised these letters may change. Hence. So he decided to place the victims in a very conspicuous place. Namely, in her left chest pocket. Sounds to me like he's just trying to make excuses for himself. Yes, I certainly thought the same. Perhaps it was some sort of last-ditch ploy on his part. But it matters not. He will answer to the goddess now. And under her scrutiny, such strategies cannot hope to succeed. He will not escape justice. And with that, one of the duties with which I have been entrusted with is complete at last. Judge Gavel, before you go, can you tell us what you know about how Chairman Winner came to murder Miss Ringer? There's more there, isn't there? Yes, and I suppose you have earned the right to the whole truth. Miss Ringer once had a lover, a press photographer. He was investigating the underground auctions as a freelance journalist. But before he could uncover the truth behind the auctions, he was disappeared. All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. Unfortunately for her, her opponent struck first. I see. So that's the story behind this case. While the goddess does not condone acts of wanton vengeance, Miss Ringer's actions have exposed Chairman Winner's crimes at last. So that was your real goal. You were tasked with exposing a Celsius Winner and the corruption at the heart of the committee.
Does anyone know what happened to Mr. Winner?
I'm afraid I haven't been able to get in touch with him.
Do you have any idea why?
Probably because his father just made a mockery of him in front of like 20 people.
Probably because I wasn't there for him just now when he needed me most. Oh. I really feel bad for him.
Well, don't pity him too much. At least he knows the truth now. And no matter how hard it might be, he'll need to learn to accept it. If he can't, he'll never be able to move on with his life. Trust me. The father's influence isn't easily erased. But in time, he can hopefully try and change his ways.
You're right. You've got to be. Can I change too, I wonder? Can I move on with my life? Are you okay, Kay? How's that head feeling? I'm fine. Thank you. Question mark? I'm so sorry, Kay. You were my patient. I had a responsibility to you and instead I let them accuse you of— Ouch! Dang right. We ain't just in the business of fixing bodies, Missy. The mind's where it all begins. You're right, Grandma. Speaking of which, how's your memory? It's like, with a little more time, maybe I'll be able to remember some more?
Please forgive me, but I'd better be on my way. I'm to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde in a bit. Oh. The Bronco Knight case, huh? Who's the defense attorney? It was supposed to be Miss Ringer, but as she is no longer with us, we are still in the process of finding her replacement. Miss Ringer was scheduled to represent Warden Lagarde. And of course, until we find Eustace, there's nobody to act for the prosecution either. In any case, I must take my leave.
Oh, wait, please. What about Mr. Edgeworth's badge? What's gonna happen to it now?
With its chairman under arrest, the committee's activities have been suspended for the time being. So, to answer your question, it's complicated. It's all up to the goddess now.
Well, is the goddess in the room with us? But...
Don't worry about it, Kay. It is a consequence of my own making. And I assume you do not mean to change your mind. Of course not. I chose the path of the truth, and I chose it willingly.
God is currently unavailable. Please try again at a later time. Exactly.
With Chairman Winner out of the picture, justice is in the hands of the righteous once more. If you did wish to follow the path of the prosecutor again, Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecutor's path, as it's sometimes called, I would be more than happy to facilitate such a decision. It's very kind of you to offer, but I can't accept your help at this time. I can't ask for my badge back when I'm not even sure if I want it anymore.
I see.
It seems we are destined to continue on different paths, then. Well, I trust that you'll keep my badge safe until they converge again. With all I have. In the meantime, I have here a token of the goddess's mercy. You may return this book to its rightful owner. Kay's promise notebook. It seems it was due to be sold in the auction. And with the name Kay written on its cover, Chairman Winner made the connection immediately and knew who it belonged to. It was the same name as the one in the letters, after all. Those letters he claimed to know nothing about. I suppose he insisted he didn't prepare them. Yes. He also had something else to say. Apparently, he thought that Miss Faraday was after her book, and that Miss Ringer was after his life. And that their respective goals are what led them to cooperate and infiltrate the auction together. Unfortunately for him, he misread the situation completely. It was all just happenstance. If Kay had known a defense attorney who was also a member of the committee, there's no way she wouldn't have told me. That just isn't like her. Your belief in her is touching. While the notebook did become a part of Chairman Winner's cover-up scheme, it is also a treasured possession of Miss Faraday's. Which is why I would like for her to have it back, as I am sure would the goddess. Thank you! I pray that it helps her to recover her lost memories.
Is everything alright?
Judge Cavell wanted me to return something important to you.
Ah! Isn't that... Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Daddy! I wrote them all down, Daddy! Yeah, I'm gonna keep all my promises and be a real hero when I grow up, just like you! Oh wait! forgot to write one down. The most important promise of all. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about the things you don't understand. I remembered just how you said it, and now I'll never forget it. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. That's right. I have to try. I'm Kay Faraday, the great thief who'll do anything to get her hands on the truth. Second Yatagarazu and assistant to Mr. Edgeworth. Yahoo!
Kay, is that really you?
Can't say I'm not a little bit embarrassed, but yeah, I'm back. I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Edgeworth, but man, have I got a whopper of a headache. You never stopped helping me even when I was totally lost and couldn't remember anything.
Thank goodness. You certainly seem to be back.
Hey, so this is the real you, huh? Welcome back. It's so good to know you're better. I can sleep easy now. Now that you found it, don't you dare go losing that memory of yours again, young lady, you hear? Miss Needler, Dr. Hertz, thanks a lot for looking after me. And if you really are better, how about you get out of them dang hospital duds? Oh yeah, I washed all your clothes for you. Here.
I thought they were with Detective Gumshoe.
He handed them over to us after they came back from forensics.
And did he happen to mention if forensics found anything of note?
I didn't ask. Anyway, never mind that now. Put them on, Kay, I want to see.
Wait, what about her bandages? Surely it's too soon to remove them.
Oh, it's probably fine. She may have taken a big old bump to the head, but she wasn't really that hurt otherwise.
Then why all the bandages in the first place?
Prevention's better than cure. A stitch in time saves 9. Those are just a few of my mottos.
Both of which sound like painfully annoying practices for your patients.
Okay, Kay. Transformation time. Yeah. Now this is what I'm talking about. It's like a stolen glove. That smile suits you better too. As it always did. Thanks to you too, Miss Von Karma. I'm so glad you showed up when you did. I simply came when Scruffy asked me to. I'm sure he'll be very happy to see that you're back to your old self too. Speaking of Gummy, where is he? Who knows? Perhaps the well of his devotion ran dry when a certain someone threw away his badge. He didn't throw it. He placed it down gently.
Detective Gumshoe.
Anyway, I have to be going, and I'll be taking those two with me. Wait, what's gonna happen to them? Acting as an accomplice in a murder and forging an autopsy report from 18 years ago, their crimes cannot be allowed to go unpunished. But the fact that Excelsius Winner coerced them into cooperating will of course be taken into account. Don't you worry about us, Kay. As long as Grandma and me are together, we'll be alright. Take care, Kay Faraday. Until we meet again.
So, Kay. I know you only just got your memory back, but I need to ask you some questions.
Sure, ask away.
What happened the day you lost your memory? What were you doing?
Let's see. Somebody asked me to meet them at Gourd Lake. But I didn't know who it was. Oh. That's how... Okay. So there I was, just looking up at the moon when... somebody in a red raincoat started walking toward me. They must have drugged me somehow because that's when I fell unconscious.
What? I'm not sure I follow. He was at Broad Lake looking up at the moon.
That explains her jumbled memories. Anyway, when I came to, I was on the roof of this building. I was in a daze and stumbling around up there when I saw the person in the red raincoat again, but they were lying on the ground. I was so surprised I stumbled backward. And then I was falling and everything went dark. When I came to the second time, I couldn't remember anything. The person in the red raincoat. Who in the world were they? I'm sure they were walking in midair. Ah, thinking about it's making my head hurt.
Just breathe, Kay. You only just got your memory back. You're still confused. I imagine the root cause of your confusion is your memories of two different locations. I imagine things are all mixed up in your mind because you were at Broad Lake 1 minute and then at the top of the big building the next. And because you saw the moon in both locations, your mind blended the memories of the two together.
Huh? But those are two totally different places. I know I was pretty out of it, but I don't think I could have gotten them confused that easily.
I believe these things on the roof may have made you more likely to become confused.
Take that!
There was a food stand. There was also a cherry tree.
There are two key similarities between the scene down by Broad Lake and here on top of the big building. Cherry blossoms and food stands.
Wait, you're right.
Those similarities are what caused your memories of both places to overlap. The person in the red raincoat wasn't walking in midair. They were walking towards you from across the park. But in your blurry memories, the same sight played out over the viewing platform instead.
No way! Who steals a great thief's memories, huh? That's just cheating.
Even still, this doesn't answer the question of who attacked Kay in the park. Was it the person in the red raincoat she saw?
Who's beeping?
You hear that?
It sounds like it's coming from up in the storeroom. Come on, let's go take a look. Well, hooey! I smell another scoop in the oven.
You're still here?
It's coming from this little gadget here, Mr. Edgeworth.
This transceiver. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
It's still going.
I'm no good with technology.
Come on, you have to pick up. Oh, fine, I'll do it. Hey, this is Edgeworth.
Kay, if you could refrain from answering strange calls for me. Mr. Edgeworth, I presume? I know that voice. Shelley the Killer. Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved. Can you? I'm sure you've noticed by now that there was a mastermind at work orchestrating the entire incident. How do you even know about this case? Well, that's not what's important right now. Let's focus on this certain individual for the time being, shall we? I have indeed been wondering myself if somebody else could have been involved. If not, how are we to explain the piece of evidence that proved so damning to Kay's case?
No way! An evil mastermind? But who?
Who indeed? Perhaps you could share your thoughts? What is the evidence in question that points to somebody else's involvement? Oh, I'm not entirely sure, actually. Oh. Right.
Take that!
The letter K supposedly wrote to the victim.
Yeah, I don't remember ever writing that.
So who did? Who would prepare such a thing? I know I'm not the only one who would like to know. And how do we know it wasn't you? Now why would I do a thing like that, I believe the truth can only fully come to light in a court of law. But since you had your badge revoked, that is no longer an option. So, how will it all end? I, for one, will be watching from the sidelines with interest. He even knows about my badge. Oh, and one last thing. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Now I bid you farewell.
What the heck did he mean by the case hasn't been fully resolved?
But we've still got one case left, Kay.
And why is he so interested in us anyway? Ugh, everything's just one giant ball of mysteries.
It seems we've only scratched the surface of this case. But even without my badge, I'm going to carry on doing what I can. However this ends, one thing's for certain. Come what may, I will expose the truth.
The end. Save. Turnabout for the ages. Ooh! 420. Heck yeah. That means it's now Easter Sunday for me. What? That'll have to... That'll have to happen later and... what's the phrase? That has to... Happy Easter! That too. Next Saturday, I start Turnabout for the Ages. On Monday. I think I'll play more of Later Alligator. Go through and get more of the endings. Yeah, this was a fun stream. Yeah! We're gonna have so much fun on Monday. Easter Monday as well. The Monday is very Easter. And then Tuesday! That's my sister's birthday. I don't know what we're gonna do. Probably have dinner at a nice place somewhere. As a family. Maybe. I wonder if my sister works that night. By the way, time for me to close up shop. But yeah, thanks for sticking about. I had a fun time. Take care of yourselves. I'll do my best. As long as I have my emotional support Havoc, I'm sure I'll be fine. Good night, everybody.